And hello everyone, this is Dubious Physics coming to you with some more Satisfactory Update 5. Good to see you folks, hope you're all doing well. Well, I've been really enjoying the brand new Satisfactory Update as is. Can expect more, can expect this to hit the regular early access channel about a week's time, I think. But figured I'd get in on the action a little early, and I've managed to get some basic setup going, just enough to automate some reinforced iron plate production. So it's been great. Hello Novillian, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Hope you have been doing well yourself, Novillian. It's great to have you here. Looks like everything's just powered down for a little bit. Probably because I'm guessing one of these generators, or several of them, ran out of solid biofuel. I'll just have to get some more biofuel into those to kickstart things. Hopefully I have enough. You've been pretty bored today, Novillian. Well, hopefully I can fix that, although I don't know. I would tend to characterize myself as a little bit on the boring side, personally. But I guess you might disagree with that. I don't know. I mean, I did kickstart, or kick off the stream with all the power going out. Granted that that's fairly a mundane occasion in Satisfactory, I think. It's not like Factorio, where the power goes out and suddenly we're overrun by hostile creatures. I will say that much. It's a bit more chill. Hello Venus! It's great to see you. I'm not sure what feature you are referring to. Although I'm guessing... okay, I'm gonna have to split some of these stacks and give 50 biofuel each, probably, for these things, just because I don't have too much biofuel to put into all these. These small burners burn things a little more slowly, so I'll give them 50 or so each. Oh yeah, the built-in captions using the system. Yeah, I mean, I personally, I mean, you probably know me well enough. If you've known me for a while, I like correct TM technical implementations, and for there are various reasons why hard-coded captions, which I could achieve. Potentially, but there are various reasons why hard-coded captions aren't great. In this case, well, it is kind of dependent on Twitch's UI, although I suppose if you had something like better TTV, or some extensions or something to modify Twitch's UI, you could actually make adjustments there, but basically this feeds captions in using the standard, like the standard video, the actual standard video stream captions format, which then allows it to be picked up by the Twitch video player, which is where you're enabling the captions from, and then from there you'd be able to customize the captions with your own, like, this is at the moment dependent on Twitch's player, but technically with extensions or whatever UI setup you've got, you can set up your display preferences and so on, because your player is getting the actual text via the video codec, or the video container format technically. And I've just been rambling about subtitle formats for an extended period now, so you're welcome. Hopefully I've not bored anyone to death yet. But yes, that is how subtitled do. Oh, this may need a fast. Well, all the wood's been processed at least. That was quick. Okay, let's get this making solid biofuel. I can skip the the conveyor and just have it funnel the rest of the biomass to my inventory. And give that a full stack of biomass there. Leave the rest of the biomass in here. I will actually need to go out and chainsaw and grab some more biofuel for this yet. I don't think I'll get to coal-fed power. Compared to my last Satisfactory run, this draws a significantly more power. There's actually a lot more setup in this factory to consider, so I've got a bit more power draw. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the captions being a bit delayed, I believe that's an artifact. I'm uncertain because it's a little inconsistent. It's a little inconsistent because the auto captioning system I use it's supposed to it goes back and corrects based on context, as most really good text-to-speech systems, modern AI-based text-to-speech systems, use context clues to actually improve their speech detection. That context is a really important part of how we talk as humans. Citation needed and all that. But I've had it be a little inconsistent with how it actually feeds the captions to Twitch. Sometimes it seems to feed the captions before a chunk is actually corrected based on context. However, that said, based on the delay and what I saw in testing earlier today, I think it is actually trying to essentially delay, because that's actually one interesting, or at least interesting to me, artifact of kind of doing live captions properly in the standard video format for captions, in the context of AI-based context clued caption autocorrection or text-to-speech detection. Because video formats, subtitle-based video formats, were not designed with this in mind. They weren't, like, if you have a subtitle track in video, it's this text for this timestamp. When the formats were designed, nobody thought you'd have to dynamically go back and change the text that's, being displayed as captions on the screen. But with context-based text-to-speech, you do actually have the system does actually have to go back and correct the text that it's already displayed. So what I think is happening with the captions in the auto captioner itself versus the captions that are actually displayed to you folks on Twitch is that the auto captioner tries to batch up the captions and then send them in chunks so that they have some context correction. That's my best estimate of what's going on. I didn't actually write the system, so that's I can't strictly verify that's correct, but that's what I'm seeing here. For what it's worth, I could potentially do hard-coded captions that essentially took the output of the auto captioner. Like, the auto captioner also generates a transcript, and that you actually see it correcting the live captions in there. But I find caption usability and text format perhaps a bit more important than hard-coded captions. Although that depends on I don't like hard-coded captions, I guess, is the thing. But if that said, this is an accessibility feature, and if the captions as sent hard-coded to Twitch are less usable than the captions hard-coded sorry, if the captions as sent to Twitch in the proper text format are less usable than, you know, hard-coded captions on stream, I can figure something out for that as well. Yes, welcome to my Satisfactory stream, where I spend like the first 5 minutes rambling about the technical details of text-to-speech auto-captioning implementations. Also, thank you very much for taking a look at that and giving me the feedback. It's actually very difficult with the setup I have for me to check out the captions live or pull up a transcript of them to compare them. So it's good, great to have feedback from you folks. And yeah, I guess I'm not looking for really, truly amazing captions. It's just I need to know whether or not the captions are bad but usable, or just completely unusable. Because, you know, I use closed captions a lot personally, or captioning a lot personally, and I have dealt with my fair share of straight up unusable captions, where trying to make sense of the captions actually makes the experience worse. So if I am speaking personally clearly enough, and, you know, the system is overall working well enough to generate captions that that can be processed, then I'll take it. Okay, not completely incoherent is the verdict, so I'll roll with that for now. Thank you. Right, now that I've rambled for a bit, I should actually look at underclocking this miner, because I'm only drawing 60 limestone for a minute, and I don't need that much concrete. So I can process with these two constructors 45 a minute, or that's something I'm actually curious about. Okay, let's talk about when I'm speaking slowly and clearly, I can even sometimes get a whole sentence correct, is my tonal interpretation of that, Venus. Thank you. But yes, I'm now going to ramble a little bit about underclocking machines in Satisfactory, because you can underclock or overclock with the insertion of additional power shards machines to make them work faster or slower than spec. This is very useful in terms of space limitations, or on bottlenecks, like ultimate bottlenecks, like say resource extraction, where you can only have one miner on a resource node, and your whole production level is ultimately limited by that resource node. So overclocking miners is where it makes sense. However, in this case, I don't need that much limestone. Indeed, this pure limestone node is giving me 120 limestone a minute, but I'm even the conveyor belt I'm using is only drawing 60. Overclocking machines in Satisfactory requires extra resources and makes the machines draw exponentially more power. So if you double the output of a machine, it will take more than double the power. That is indeed a lot of rocks, Venus. So, conversely, underclocking a machine actually uses exponentially less power. In this case, I only need half of the output. I'm gonna say, loosely, I only need half of the output. So 60 parts a minute. Oh, that's not. So in that case, you'll see that dropped the power consumption of the miner. It slowed it down, so it's actually running steadily now, because it's it's now not being blocked by limestone on the belt, and that dropped its power from 5 megawatt consumption from 5 megawatts to 1.6 megawatts. So that's considerably more power efficient, which is something to consider given that I'm actually running into some power constraints here. In fact, it's a little tip for people setting up early game in Satisfactory. If you have machines that are not running their full duty cycle, even though machines automatically power down when they're bottlenecked, So the machine technically, in most machines, will not, you know, waste time, waste time. So when they're not able to operate their duty cycle, that is a linear power gain. The machines will stop drawing power. Let's say a machine's only running for half its duty cycle, like this machine was, then it was actually only burning 2.5 megawatts of power because it was drawing 5 megawatts but shut down for half the time. In this case, I just underclocked it. As Venus asked, the underclocking is underclocking is exponential in terms of when I say exponential, Venus, I mean it's exponential in a way that benefits you when you underclock. So you actually get steadily increasing power gains, or you know, steadily fast, more than linear reduction in power consumption as you underclock. So that's just an arbitrary tip early on, and in fact I'm not going to use it here, but if you find yourself very power constrained early on in Satisfactory, it is actually, you can get more done with fewer machines. So you can get more done on the same or actually less power if you build more machines and underclock a bunch of them. So if you're constrained, now overclocking is very useful when you're constrained for space or constrained in the number of machines you can use. Then you trade power for, you're essentially trading power for space. You can also do this the other way around early on in Satisfactory, where if you have a lot of space and very little power, you can build more underclocked machines. So you can actually get, let's say I doubled the number of constructors here and clock them down all to half, I'd get the same amount of work done for less than, but for significantly less than power. I'm not sure if it would be exactly less than half. So that's an arbitrary tip. Another arbitrary tip, as I said, is if machine's only running for part of its duty cycle, it is worth underclocking it power, because you will get the machine's automatic shut-off when it is bottlenecked gets you linear power gains, whereas underclocking gets you exponential power gains. It's a very neat element of the game design here, I think. I quite like it. Anyway, so we're now outputting 60 limestone a minute. Each of these machines needs to process 30 a minute. Or, well, these machines total need to process 60. So one thing I haven't worked out in my head is whether or not it would be better. Right now, these two machines together are drawing 8 megawatts. I need to check. I think underclocking both machines will do better, but let's check the two extremes. I'm going to leave this machine fully clocked at 45 a minute, and then this machine I'm going to clock to process the remaining 15 a minute. So that's target production rate of 5 concrete a minute, drawing 15 limestone a minute, and that should process all the limestone. Right. So what we've got here, 4 megawatts, and this is drawing 0.7 megawatts for a total draw of 4.7 megawatts. Now, let me compare. I'm going to clock them evenly. So each of these is going to be clocked to 10 concrete a minute, drawing 30 limestone a minute. Together they will jointly process all 60 limestone. So this drawing 2.1 megawatts, this is drawing 2.1 megawatts for a total draw of 4.2 megawatts, which is better than the 4.7. So my head math was correct. I'm never sure with my head math with squares and the like. So yeah, it is better to evenly underclock a set of machines rather than to underclock just one. Although again, if power isn't a super strict concern of yours, if you're not super concerned about your power draw, then you may not want to it's easier just to underclock one machine at the end, so that if you later expect to have to clock it up, and when you eventually clock that back up, you only have to adjust the clock on one machine. So I could see the case for only adjusting that. But yes. Hello to Viewbot331. Salutations, I suppose. I am not immediately negatively disposed to bots if they are not being actively harmful, so I guess I will let that bot be until if and when it starts spamming. Although that said, if you are in fact not a bot but rather an actual human viewer with a very amusing name, then I apologize for misidentifying that. Well, Navillian, I am allegedly an electrical engineer, or technically a robotic, mechanical, electrical, and electronic engineer. Technically, my qualifications are supposed to cover me in all those regards. I am a little skeptical of that myself, but, so be it. Well, based in the Viewbot 331, if you claim you are a fellow human, then I am going to I'm going to trust you on that. So welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Okay, while I am tweaking things a little bit to make them a bit more power efficient, I may as well mess a little bit with my automatic setup here. There's only one smelter, and it's can process 30 copper ore a minute, so I may as well downclock the miner to only output 30 copper ore a minute. So we've got one assembler can process 15 copper ingots a minute, one constructor. Then I am going to conveyor things out. Let me actually make a splitter here. This is very much a temporary setup. And I'm going to make 2 containers. One just to house... one container just to house the wire output directly. And then I'll throw down a quick constructor. And now you see the reason I'm doing this temporary setup is I don't want to have to constantly manually craft cables quite as much. So let's craft a little bit of cable here. Congratulations on your successful infiltration, Viewbot331. And yes, Venus, you successfully identified that with this temporary early game setup, in fact, even in my factory proper, with the foundation setup and everything, a lot of my output I just hold it in the output hopper, because it can hold up to 1 stack, and I'm not really expecting to have to draw more than 1 stack. That said, I'm probably going to start funneling some of this stuff to some temporary thingamajigs. I'm very articulate here. That constructor is going to need to be moved because it slightly clips into the container, and that bugs me. Here we go. Okay. So we've got half the wire going into storage because I directly need wire. And this constructor, I can take a moment to hook it up to power, is going to make some cables. And for the purposes of space saving, I'm just going to put these 2 containers on top of each other, and that output's going to go to... Conveyor belt's too steep. Right. There. Lift it is. There we go. Cables and wire. I'm a little far from optimal at the moment, Viewbot, but I'm working on it. This particular corner especially is just like the very... it's slightly expanded now, but it's still like my baby's first copper extraction setup. This factory, so it was literally the miner, smelter, and a constructor. I didn't even have the ability to adjust the clock rate when I first set this up, so I'm gonna go through and do that now. And yeah, you can downclock Venus to essentially reduce only to the output needed. Machines will auto shut down when they bottleneck anyway, so they won't directly... they will conserve power linearly. But even then, there are you can underclock things to save a bit more power. Eventually this will have to be a proper setup. For now, let's see, this can only process 15 copper ingots a minute. So I'm going to downclock the target output of this to 15 copper ingots a minute. And that downclock the output rate of this to 15 copper ore a minute, which is going to make these draw very little power and operate slowly and have a 100% duty cycle. We're producing 30 wire a minute. 15 of that is going directly to this container, and 15 is going to here. So this needs to be downclocked to 25% speed for a full duty cycle. And that should be all fine. Right. Another thing that newer players may want to watch out for. I say this as if I'm not like a newer player myself. But yes, as a newer player, another thing to watch out for is your belt throughput, because your default conveyor belts can only handle 60 units a second, or I guess the game uses parts, can only handle 60 parts a second, 120 and so on. Right, is this done producing solid biofuel? I believe it is. Okay. I am going to need more biofuel before I get to automating more things. So I'm probably going to re-rig a lot of the setup. At the moment it's producing a lot of iron rods, which is fine, but I need more plates. So I'll juggle that a bit, but for now I need to get some power. And yeah, Viewbot has the answer to Venus's question there. With new resources you research and more tiers of technology, you get faster belts, although they do require advanced resources to manufacture. Also, I need some fuel for my chainsaw. I have forgotten an important step. And yeah, a lot of players, or at least many of the groups I've played with, just use the maximum tier belt by default. Technically, it's a bit more resource efficient to use the earlier belts where the throughput's not needed, and you can even use that to kind of gate. If you have multiple draws on something, you can kind of gate the draw rate by not using a maximum tier belt on one of the draw points. But many players do just throw down the maximum tier belt. I used to compulsively always use the minimum tier of belt possible. I still sometimes have that urge, but I've adjusted it my conventions a little bit so that like I go for what I like to refer to it as is the maximum throughput a setup or the bus the belt is on, like the chain of belts or the bus the belt is on. I go for the maximum throughput that could conceivably have handled. So if I've got a chain of belts, ooh, a pale berry, fantastic. I've got a chain of belts. I'm not at that with splitters drawing stuff off them. I'm going to keep that main bus of the same belt type, and not start downgrading it towards the end of the belt. That way, I can extend the bus onwards with the same tier of belt, without having to constantly think about, oh, I'm extending the belt. Where do I downgrade, and which belts do I need to upgrade, and so on and so forth. And yeah, well, I like okay, good. Managed to cut down the tree without cutting down the paleberry. Was a bit nervous there. Maybe I shouldn't be cutting down trees in this section. But yeah, the advanced splitters and filter systems are quite handy, and I believe, unlike in Factorio, which is where I keep making the comparisons to, because Factorio is an amazing game, you don't need power, or you know, more power for advanced filtration systems, which is nice. Although I still do take pleasure in building systems where active filtering is not needed, I suppose. But that can be nice. As a side note, for anyone who might be a current Satisfactory player but not be aware of what's coming in Update 5, I haven't experienced it myself. I don't have trains yet, but train schedules, you can now actually set resource filters on train schedules, so that you can essentially tell a train what to pick up and drop off at each station if you want to filter it to a specific resource. So that seems pretty handy. And I do actually pretty extensively use the main situation I use smart filters in, you may find this amusing, Viewbot, is I don't generally mix resources. I pretty much only use smart filters for the overflow. Because I run into situations where I go, I wish I could deal with the overflow automatically a lot. That's kind of how I roll with that. I have way too many flower petals. One moment. Okay, I'm gonna keep one stack of flower petals for research. And... alright. Biomass burners, you are temporarily getting alternate fuel. Have some flower petals. You have some flower petals. You have some flower petals. You have some flower petals. This is incredibly inefficient fuel. But that's great. I need you to burn this quickly. Okay. That should give me a bit more space. Eventually I will need more personal space for these things. Eventually. Right. Biomass, research stack. Da-da-da-da. Okay, leaves and wood. Need to process that into biomass now. You are set to... okay. Let's do the leaves recipe. Actually, no. Let's do the wood recipe first, because the leaves recipe takes forever. Wood recipe is significantly faster. There we go. And I'll go ahead and put the wood there as well to be fed into the device. While I respect the sentiment, Navillion, given how long they'd been sitting around in storage, I doubt those flower petals were especially pretty. Also, nice Ubot. I love building power plant setups, or just water drawing setups on the water directly, as it's got a very efficient feeling to it. I like it. Okay. Now that there's some fuel production underway, I can probably look at my next immediate problem, which is that I think I will need to double my reinforced iron plate output. So I am going to need to feed 2 more assemblers with reinforced iron plate, both for the purposes of building belts and to fuel other advanced production. So that means I'm going to need another 60 iron plates a minute and another 120 screws a minute. Yeah, I guess that is what I meant, Viewbot, is you do lay the foundations down. Although I personally do lay the foundations pretty close to water level. That's not too far above water. This may or may not be because I have a tendency to accidentally fall off into the water and then have trouble getting back up. But perhaps that's just me. Yeah, I kind of love water because there's no terrain to get in the way. It's nice to get an efficient setup there. Okay. You can lay down so many foundations. That's why I build so much of this factory going off the cliffside as well, is so that I can expand without stuff getting in the way. Ah, very nice, an oil rig style platform. Cool. I hope you have unlocked ladders, because I have not unlocked ladders on this save yet. I suppose you could also have some of the various other gravity-defying instruments in this game. Okay, so to double my screw output, I am going to need another 3 constructors on screws. So this whole set constructor line is making rods. What I can do to adjust this, given that what I've done here already, is I'm just going to flip these 3 constructors around and have them producing screws. Then 4 constructors producing rods will be able to feed all of those no problem. And that does leave me the problem of then I don't actually quite have enough iron plate production though. But I'll cross that bridge a little bit later. I will have more spare iron to work with when I have fewer constructors working on rods, because rod production draws it's not very space efficient. And yeah, to add on to Venus's answer, biomass burners are kind of your first tier power system. They are, assuming nothing catastrophic happens, they should be the only style power that requires constant human intervention. Coal power is the kind of the next big tier of power, and it's the first tier of power that can be fully automated, so you can just leave things running. That's a big step. Then there are many later power solutions, some of which are electricity focused, many of which are complex and produce various byproducts with various particular needs and requirements. Anyway, with that said, let's pull down these 3 constructors and get them turned around. I am going to need to pull down these mergers. I'm going to see, they did make some adjustments, but I'm going to specifically see if I put down something here. Previously, if you broke something down and put it back together again with a gap like this, splitters and mergers wouldn't hook up correctly. They've made some adjustments to splitters, putting splitters directly on conveyors, so I'm hopeful, although far from certain, that I'll be able to put those down without having to pull down all the belts around them as well and hook them back up. I suppose you could characterize it as a spoilers kind of game. There are some neat moments when you put together new tech. Otherwise, I perhaps would like to say Viewbot is being extra considerate in that regard, which I appreciate. Right, that is hooked up to power, and then these two as well. 1 and 2. There we go. And you should all be on screw recipes. The total production of 120 screws a minute. Right, this is going to need 4. 4 machines of iron rod output. Starting from here. Okay, let's get the first splitter down. Taking input from the right. And the first merger online on this side. And then I'm going to use some stuff I actually learned about today, which is some of the new snapping features. This is producing 15 a minute. It can be Mark 3, and this bus is going to have to handle 60 iron rods a minute. It can still be handled with a conveyor belt Mark 1. Let's hook this up through here. I'm not entirely certain what you're referring to, Viewbot. It's likely I have seen it. It's just I'm not aware of it by that name. But it's likely I have seen it. Okay, these are some of the new snapping features. You used to be able to put mergers and stuff on belts directly. Now you can snap them to belts directly adjacent to outputs. So I'm going to do that here. Make sure this keeps flowing. So far so good. Let's do the next one. And this should be the last from the line. Okay, those were all live snaps, so those should work just fine. I'll have to do a run through of these machines later on and see if they're being drawn at full capacity. Oh, both the input and output of a machine gets moved through belt elevators, and then you move it under the machines in serial. So I guess the idea is you construct the manifold underneath, so on a multi-floor factory they'd be running kind of on the ceiling of the floor below. That would be a great solution for keeping them out of the way. That's neat. I mean, I've that's definitely not something I'd have seen in action. No. So that is neat. Okay, 10 iron rods a minute here. That should be fine. Let's test out the new. So if I'm throwing down, oh, I need cables. Let me go and get cables from the fancy new super basic cable setup. How many wires do I have? Okay, plenty of wires. Now plenty of cables. Okay, so I am now hooking up a splitter to this conveyor belt that existed, the conveyor belt existed before the splitter. That's where I've had issues before. I phrased it very unclearly earlier, but when I've hooked up splitters and mergers previously to belts that already exist, they haven't worked consistently. So let's see how this handles. These two belts here should be fine, but I don't know about this belt. And, well, I won't know until I hook up the rest of this. Okay, these splitters are already connected. This should be the last splitter in the array. This belt itself should work fine. And there we go, so the issue is still present. In that this belt existed before the splitter and it hasn't been reconnected. As part of the reason why I didn't like using the system for placing, for live placing splitters and mergers on belts before, is it made that manifest more often. Anyway, it's just, I guess, something I have to be aware of so I can deal with it when it happens. I'm just gonna run through the manifold and make sure everything's running along as it should. Yeah, once again, Viewbot, thank you for that tip. That's a very neat. That is a very neat thing to know. Okay, so iron rods should be drawn from this at full rate, effectively, or at least I should verify that they are draining, even if not at full rate. Yeah. Okay, so iron rods from this are being drawn. How about this machine? They are being drawn. I see the flow there. And you. Yep. And you. Yes. Excellent. And all of these machines. You're receiving iron rods, otherwise you wouldn't be producing because I didn't preload you. Same with you. You. And these are the original 3 machines. Now, I only have Conveyor Belt Mark II operating at the moment, so I will not be able to use the existing manifold to get the screw output from these 3 machines. So I'll have to break all this down. I mean, I would have had to anyway. And we'll figure out another solution for funneling the screws up. Probably going to be up here. I think that should line up. Okay. Let's get the first and last mergers in the line set up. This merger should output this way. And this merger should output to the right. There we go. 40 screws a minute out from each of these machines. And 120 for the main bus. One more merger. Make sure you snap to the line. Okay, that should all be flowing. And okay, it's ready for a conveyor Mark II to take that up. So, that's the screw setup done for now. Now I'm going to have to rejig the spare iron ingots we're getting from these smelters into something else. So right now I am producing 15, 30, 45, 60. I'm producing 60 iron rods a minute, running 6 of these we're producing constructors. That's drawing 60 iron ingots a minute, which means I have a full spare. I have a full spare 120 iron ingots, and I'm going to funnel those into iron plate production this way. So let's switch this recipe over. Iron plates. I can run 4 of these machines and produce 80 iron plates a minute. I also have a lot of iron ingots on me. That's fine, I can use them in manual crafting later, I suppose. Vbot asks whether or not I've dropped much into alternative recipes yet. I have thought a lot about them. I haven't done much with them implementation-wise. I have worked with them previously, not on this save. I haven't done much MAM or hard drive poking on this save yet, but I thought about them a bunch. That's the short version. Okay, 120 iron ingots running. I'm probably just gonna have to move this upstairs because there's not enough room for the constructors I want, especially not if I want to be able to cleanly extract the iron I am looking for. Or the extra iron nodes here. Additionally, the iron plates need to be run upstairs anyway. So, right, let's run down. Okay, 120. Actually, it's not a spare 120. No, it's a spare 60. It's a spare 60 iron ingots. My brain isn't fully. I'm producing a total of 120, and 60 is being drawn for the iron rod production. That's what's going on. I'm going to split off another 60, and I can power 2 constructors with this. Eventually, this will throughput 240 from that as a minor Mark II. And yeah, I do actually really like the streamlining recipes. Although at the same time, it's nice when some things do retain some uses, often via alternate recipes. Oh, let me actually enable zoop mode. I'll be zooping this. Zoop. Okay, let's get that all zooped up. This might be a good. This would be a good place to potentially start walling up, as I kind of want to demarcate this as the edge of the factory. I'll leave it for now though. And also I should actually leave a gap. Where do I even want the gap to be? Probably out. I might even make it on the outside. Yeah, or I'll break down this foundation and figure something out. Come on. Okay, we'll put the iron plate up there and start setting up constructors upstairs. constructors. So I'll be able to run 2 of them, making probably not quite enough iron plate for what I want to do. Oh, I can also zoop a bit more foundation here. Go. That leaves some extra room for constructors. Okay, so if I was to line up a constructor here, line it up with the edge. Actually, I'll just throw down a splitter for reference, just to make sure there's enough for a splitter. Okay, constructor time. Yeah, that's where I want it to be. One constructor. Good, there's enough room on the other side. I mean, I do have more iron nodes. That is a reasonable point. But the thing is, if I start drawing on those iron nodes, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with the eye. I guess I could just underclock it and not, but yeah. And yes, to affirm that answer, you do not ever exhaust a resource. Technically, some resource nodes, or well, things that aren't proper resource nodes can be, but yeah, you don't. Resources are pretty much infinite in Satisfactory. The one exception is, well, I can show you right now, is sometimes you will find things like this, because iron ore node, sometimes you'll actually find them not on proper resource nodes, but you'll just find like these crystals of ore, but most often I think, or often you'll also find them capping off resource nodes. You can't automate gathering of those, so they're not that important. They just provide you with a quick way to get the resources early game by hitting it with your screw. It looks like you hit it with the butt of your screwdriver, honestly. If anything. Those can be exhausted, but they're also by no means the primary source of a resource ever, so... I suppose it is a chisel. It's probably actually a chisel. Okay, I'm gonna have to run a power line over here. I don't like running power lines past conveyor towers, but that's gonna have to work for now. And okay, over here, I should power both of these machines. How's capacity? 1.6. Okay, capacity matches consumption. Max consumption at the moment, although some of the biomass burners are out. Right, iron plates. 1 and 2. 40 iron plates a minute. I think between that, yeah, we're producing 80 iron plates a minute down there. Adding another 40 a minute over here actually gets me exactly the amount of iron plate I need total. So that works very neatly off the 2 nodes I'm mining at the moment. And leaves me plenty of iron nodes. I think I've got, what, another 2 pure nodes sitting here untapped for later. That's not to mention miner Mark 2s and overclocking available later. It's very... My resource constraints at the moment are very much a matter of I don't want to set that up right now, rather than actual resource constraints. Okay, splitter taking output from that direction, feeding 30 iron ingots a minute to each of these constructors. And you only need to handle 60 on the bus, that should be fine. Oh yeah, the visual slickness of Satisfactory, just the visual or an audio design and the animations, are actually what, like, I was a little skeptical on, personally, going into Satisfactory originally, as someone who's and I still am a huge fan of Factorio. I absolutely love Factorio. Like, I wasn't sure I'd have a definitive reason to play Satisfactory, but Satisfactory has consummately impressed me. Just eventually, as I really got into it, I really love a lot of the technical and mechanical design decisions they've made. But even just going in there, it's got actually something Factorio actually doesn't quite match. Which is impressive for a factory game. But the animation quality of the machines and the vehicles, it's really satisfying to watch them in operation, and that's kind of amazing. Okay, so now I am going to have to make some amendments here, given that we need a full 120 bus of iron plates. So all of this is going to have to be Mark II. Well, it's already fed with a Mark II because we're producing 80, but I'm actually going to have to draw 80 here. So conveyor lift is going to have to be a Mark II. Okay, nothing I need to adjust down there. Eventually, everywhere I have one of those conveyor lifts, I want to have a ladder as well, but I don't have ladders yet. Also, I actually wasn't aware that some of the machines had Easter egg names. But thank you, I'll have to keep an eye out, U-Bot. Thank you for that. Okay, so this whole lineup's gonna have to be Mark II belts as well. Oh, I left one of my placeholder poles in place. So glad to catch that. Mark II, Mark II, Mark II, that segment. Mark II here. That is I would agree that is one of the strong points of Factorio, is being able to pass what you're doing top-down view. Not wrong there. And although it does it's both it's the 3D in the presence of 3D in Satisfactory, I will say, is not just a it's not just a concept. Like it can create, I suppose you could argue in some circumstances it's a drawback, but it creates interesting logistical problems. Like there are legitimately things you run into in Satisfactory extensively. Like if you were here for last stream, I still struggle with this, and Viewbot is right in that these issues are mitigated by tech as well, where I had some buildings really tight in, and I just ended up stuck in corners like this, not able to get around. You can't always build your way out of those usually, but it can be a little awkward. But I honestly find it almost kind of fun having to deal with problems like that. Maybe there's something wrong with me, but that is a thing. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is shuffle these poles a little bit, and then I can attach a splitter to the... Can I not? It doesn't let me plonk splitters like that anymore, huh? Interesting. I could, actually, it's a merger I need there. That's a bit of a moot point. I could, I'll figure something out. Let's pull down these poles. We only need the one set anyway. Okay. And I'll pull down this Mark II for now. Okay, I need a conveyor merger, and I need to attach it to this. I swear you used to be able to attach mergers to, I swear you used to be able to attach splitters and mergers to belt poles directly. At any rate, what I can just do is stack 3 of them on top of each other. In fact, I can even no, you can't zoop them. Okay, it's fine. Soft clearance, and then dismantle the ones underneath. I suppose it looks a bit odd. I will move the conveyor poles a little forward so there's no clipping. In fact, I'll even compulsively put conveyor poles on each side so it looks like the whole structure is supported. Because otherwise, it is going to bug me slightly. And yeah, everything you build in Satisfactory Venus, there are no gravity calculations or strict attachment calculations for most things, so you can use placement and then pull out, like, you can build scaffolding, build stuff, and then pull out the scaffolding, and it'll stay even floating. The game isn't super strict about that kind of thing. Okay, so conveyor belt Mark II. From that point, can I bypass the pole? Okay, cool. I can get the belt just going in one segment all the way, so the pole doesn't interact with it, it's just there for cosmetics. Then that's fine by me. That's what I was looking for. Technically it looks slightly different from the other poles where there's actually a little bit of a seam in between them, but actually it actually puts in the seam, the visual seam for you by the look of it. Or maybe, oh no, okay, the seam's just at regular points. So no, it is visually identical. That's fine by me. Okay, another conveyor belt Mark II. Let's get those machines fed again. I love the soft clearance changes. Previously, vertical feed setups like this, I would run into so many issues with clipping into the machines and having to step the splitters one step back. So this is a big plus for me. You can indeed do the way of belt spaghetti. That is a thing I have been witness to as well, and perhaps guilty of in some respects. I don't like clipping, but that doesn't mean I don't sometimes indulge in it. Okay, 20 plates a minute, for a total of 40 coming out here. I want to just gradually. So you know what? I'll put an elevator for fanciness. Now, curious about the new snap regimen. So I kind of want to have it vertically here. Okay, so the new snap stuff is quite handy for aligning belts like this. But what I'll do is build this, and I'm just building it so I have the conveyor pole here for reference, and then what I can do is build the stackable poles, and that lets me figure out where the stackable poles need to be. And then the rest is straightforward. Go into the merger. Nope, that went into the pole, not the merger. Okay, go into the merger directly. you can absolutely do some physically impossible arrangements. In fact, you used to be able to do so with train tracks even. Although as of this update, they added train collision. So some people's setups are gonna need to be reworked with this update. So that is a thing. Okay. That's 80 iron plate coming from here, 40 from here for a total of 120 iron plate per minute. Each of these machines needs 30. Can I fit another assembler on this side? Make use of this space a little bit. Encroaching others clear. Yeah, if it wasn't for the box, I could fit another one on this side, although that would interfere with my wiring, so that's... Okay, I need 8 rotors. Craft bench, get me rotors. Rotors, please. Well, I've got no shortage of iron rods and screws from picking up stuff from the lines down below, I guess. Okay, I need 2 more assemblers, pretty much identical alignment. This assembler, I think it's slightly out of place. I'm going to, because yeah, I don't know if that actually makes a difference in final positioning, but setting it to snap mode elevated it very slightly, and that bugs me a little bit. Also, I think we have finally gotten through our supply of flower petals. At least mostly. So, how's that solid fuel coming? Oh. Well, it's processed a bunch into biomass. Cool. Am I carrying solid fuel on me? Yes, I am. Okay, there are still flower petals in these. Okay, you need some solid fuel. You've got flower petals left to burn. You need some solid fuel. You need some solid fuel. Okay. Keep burning those flower petals. I'm sorry, but the flower petals, I get so many of them when I go out to gather leaves and wood. They just keep coming. They will not stop. They don't stop. And I don't have space. Or a way to process them. Okay, power line here. The flower petals, they are pretty much, aside from their initial research uses, which I think have actually been removed, as of now, but the flower petals you pretty much exclusively use to make color cartridges, which are used only to modify the pattern at the moment, to modify the patterns of things visually with the customizer. I think you can also burn color cartridges as fuel if you really need to. Yeah, they've got relatively they're somewhat limited in application, and this power line is clipping through things, which is bugging me. There we go. Slightly. So the answer is technically yes, that is their one use, but I don't actually have the tech for that right now, nor would I use anywhere near the number of flower petals that are costing me. Okay. Now this is going to be an interesting conundrum. Will the new snap system let this splitter work? Will it actually feed? The answer is no, it's not aligned with the belt even. Okay. Cool. Splitters. I'm gonna need to attach a splitter to each of these, and just do the old-fashioned belt rig directly from splitter to splitter. The new snap features are nice, but they don't always perfectly apply, I suppose. Iron plates, cool. Being fed there and there. Good. All receive an iron plate. Fantastic. Now for the screws. 120 screws. It's actually going to be easier to... I don't like not having a consistent direction for these feeds. I can adjust it later if need be. It's actually going to be more convenient for now to feed the screws into these the other way. Then in the reverse direction of what I had just otherwise. Okay, 60 screws a minute here, 60 screws a minute here, and main bus of 120 screws a minute. Okay, that's a Mark II main bus, 120 screws a minute, ready to come out here. Arrangements slightly oddly. You know what? I am going to succumb to my need to very, very slightly optimize that, despite the fact that I've failed to optimize many other things. The splitter should be taking output just at the direct angle and not facing to one side. There we go. There we go. Okay, reinforced iron plate. Let's merge all the output. Sounds like I need to feed more power in. I probably should have paid more attention to the power infrastructure a little bit, actually. Because I didn't automate fuel production. Oh, I've missed a little bit of chat here. Let me just double check. Throw them on the ground for romantic pathways. I think they throw on the ground in plastic or plastic-looking boxes. Unfortunately, Navillion. And yeah, Viewbot has most of your has most of what you're asking there covered. Constructors are used for one-to-one processing of solids. Assemblers 2-to-1 processing of solids, and then there are more machines for different combinations of things, as well as different types of inputs. Some types of inputs require specific kinds of things as well. Like there can be fluid inputs and outputs. Okay, what are the burners in need of right now? Also, I think my max consumption may exceed my total capacity at the moment as well, so that's a thing. I need another burner. Right, this biomass. I need to actually start processing that quickly. Also, why do I keep getting quartz? I'll keep forgetting to store my quartz. I'm not sure. Okay. Can I put iron ingots in anything? Yeah, no, these are all full. Fine. Actually, I'm just gonna shove all the iron ingots in here for now, so I have room to take all this biomass. I'm going to need you to make solid biofuel. Have as much biomass as you can. And put a bunch more biomass in there. Cool. Get the iron ingots back out. Okay, burners. You're still burning things. I don't have much biofuel to feed you right now, so 50 in you. Is that enough to reinitialize? Yes. Okay, I have just enough capacity for my maximum consumption at the moment, which is fortunate. I should probably invest in a resource sink. I probably should. There's even like important bits of tech I really need from a resource sink. And that reminds me, I do actually need to select that. So yeah, I may as well select the resource sink milestone. Oh, it'll let me get. Oh, that'll get me the customizer, which is brand new to update 5. It replaces the old color gun with a bunch of extra customizer options, I believe integrated into your build gun. As well as the ability to build a sink. Okay, let's get this going. I easily have enough resources to just fire it off straight up, so let's do that. Frees a bit of space in my inventory as well.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the Anti-Waste Effort for Stress Testing of Materials on Exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts into the awesome resource sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards. Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the awesome store in the future. Go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Okay. I'm probably gonna rig up a manual setup for one of those sinks real quick, just so I have a... like, it's just gonna be a container and a sink. Just because I don't actually have any consistent resource throughput at the moment, especially not any consistent resource surplus at the moment, especially not anything that would bottleneck. I'm not at the point where I can have a line bottlenecked by output effectively. I'm not at the point of complex production where I have multiple outputs from something. So nice and straightforward. Let me borrow a power line to put across here. And nice and straightforward. One storage container, one resource sink. And the fastest conveyor belt I have access to at the moment. And here, have my iron ingots. Okay, I don't think I have enough power to run the awesome sink at the moment. Is that... yeah, I'm pretty sure I exceeded my maximum power consumption. Side effect of having everything running smoothly, I suppose. Is it still processing biomass? Yes, it is. Okay, let's add another burner. Have the resources for that on hand. I could also just disconnect the sink. That is... I don't know, Viewbot, if there's a way to... I'm not sure if you can think of it, but I don't know if there's a way to, oh, right, I think Viewbot, you mean just putting the iron in the storage, which is a fair point, and then disconnecting the power line. I'll do that for now, and I've got the spacing for one more burner here, so I'll get that going too. Just future-proof operations slightly longer. Right. Got biofuel producing at the moment, which is fantastic. We've got 20 reinforced iron plate a minute, which is also fantastic. And the next thing I will want to automate is the production of rotors. And I'm going to borrow you for a moment, just to look at what rotors look like. I could check it in the codex, but it's easier to see the actual rates here. So rotors, 20 iron rods a minute and 100 screws a minute, which means I am going to need more iron smelting. Ah, the beta's back. Fantastic. Let's just get jump pads done as well. Grab a handful more iron plates, rotors and cables present elsewhere. The design of my factory for once in one of my Satisfactory saves means I probably won't need jump pads to get around. I've finally not managed to have disastrous cliffs and the like sitting around, so there is that going for me. I'll take it. Right, got wire here. I'll just pick up a stack. And cable. I'll pick up one stack as well. Oh, the updated guide arrows. Do you mean during construction, Viewbot? For the updated jump pads, or do they have guide arrows outside of construction as well? Because I know I've had some issues with that is pretty much spot on, Venus. Their trebuchet fits one. The fun TM bit is that there's a bunch of variance in your trajectory in the air. There's a fair bit of variance, and also, to survive the fall, or significant falls, you've got kind of giant jello pads to cushion the impact, and they need power to operate, as does the jump pad itself, to be fair, but that's a thing. Okay, so right now I'm fully utilizing the output of 2 iron nodes. To essentially produce 20 reinforced iron plate a minute. And while that's fantastic, and largely along the lines of what I'm looking for, I do need more iron now. I would love to extend my existing smelter arrays, but I seem to have failed to think things through in terms of future-proofing this, in terms of where I put my boxes and equipment workshop and the like. Well, step one is just going to be to quickly pull down the equipment workshop and the MAM and move them a bit closer in. So equipment workshop, you're going to be... Well, I'll make sure you're not clipping into anything. It'll be there. And the MAM. We'll make it line up from this side now. Slightly further in. Okay, there we go. Lines up nicely from the back, and then if I remove this storage container, I will have room to do things here. And yes, rearranging things is a big part of it. Although, I guess to an extent in Satisfactory, what I've seen as well, it's not something I like to do, but it does kind of work. I think it's understandable and satisfactory when there is a lot of vertical space and resources are infinite. Is often people will just like, if something's not spacing out right and not working out, they just leave it and then go and build a new thing somewhere else. I've seen that as well. Okay, 20 iron ore a minute. What I'm probably gonna do is set up another miner, run the coal just along the same route here, but elevated, and then drop it down for another line of smelters. And another thing I'm going to do is try and make, like, this is like my personal constructor. I'm currently using it to make biofuel, but its purpose is just to automate things that I don't want to sit at a bench and do myself. So I'm probably gonna do... Oh, hang on. There's power poles in the way of what I want to do. There's power poles in the way. Oh, we're out of power. I made the mistake of thinking about power poles, apparently. What I'll probably do is just remove this and hook this power up to a pole over a fleet similar position to that. I don't want it to interfere with that lineup. So somewhere like here should work. There we go. So we'll have this hooked here, this hooked to here. I've broken that down, and that can hook over there. I do like a bit of redundancy in my power networks, but this isn't as redundant as I'd like. That's good for now, though. Okay, these two burners are out of fuel. Let's get some solid biofuel in these things. I'll feed 100 at a time for now until I actually have more fuel to work with. So I'm not doing massive fuel runs right now. was going to do with my little personal assembler, what I still am going to do with my little personal assembler, once I can convince myself that wire will not clip, although that said, with the potential to arc, electrical safety reasons, I'm still gonna move it. Because it could conceivably... you really wouldn't want power lines running that close, in reality. Granted, this is satisfactory, not reality, but still it's gonna bug me, and then I realize this power line is gonna clip as well. So this isn't gonna be directly connected, but rather I am going to... I hope like the new beams and stuff. I think there was a new beam that was previewed. I hope I'll be able to run cables on the ceilings rather than on the ground to everything. I think that'll help make these neater and satisfy my need not to have power cables clipping into things. That's the main thing where I care about clipping, is power cables, not other things where it actually matters. Anyway, so I wanted to have the input container up there. Biomass. Let's go climb up onto the walkway on top of this. This is a bit awkward. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's clipping into the power. My quest to have this take up less space is taking many concerning turns. You know, maybe I could even have them... Once I have industrial storage containers, I could compact this into one container. Okay, any power hookup to this is going to have to be on this side. Okay, that clips. Is there a room on this cable? Yes, there is! Glorious room. That'll do for now. Keep working. Quick, I need to feed it another stack of biomass. Okay, should be Mark 2. And... okay. Bit of a Mark 2 connect around there. Kind of clips into things, let's see how bad it looks. Okay, that does not look great. Let's fix that, also have some biomass. So I need the conveyor lift to be one tick higher than I had it before. And then will it not clip horribly? Nope, it still clips a little bit. Dang it. Yeah, a lot of my struggle with the Sheen's Venus, that is an astute observation, is it's around where exactly the power connections with them are. It's not exactly a big deal at all, but it's something that bugs me. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to make this cleanly loop over like I wanted. I'm just gonna move. I'm just gonna want to move this so there's room for it. That's the actual proper way to do it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can I can do. I want to take shortcuts at the moment. This isn't a proper setup. I suppose I could make a hole and feed it from below, but that would come with its own raft of problems. I could move the equipment workshop and the MAM, but I actually kind of want the equipment workshop and the MAM to be conveniently over here. I also don't want the stuff to extend too much in that direction. Maybe I could put it on this side? No, a constructor's a little too wide for that side. Actually, I think I know what I can do. I'm gonna take the equipment workshop and the MAM. Yeah. Oh, one power pole per machine is I can respect that. I can greatly respect that, Uber. It's kind of what I feel I should be doing a lot of the time. But sometimes I get bothered by my resource consumption for cable manufacturing and the like as well. Okay, so I can put the equipment workshop on this side. The door, there's even enough clearance for that door to work. That works out great, I think. We'll have the equipment workshop and the MAM over on this side, and that should leave enough room for a container just straight along. I may or may not occasionally also get made fun of for how many power poles I use. Sometimes I'm conscious of those things. I try not to be. Okay. Conveyors. And that looks a little better. Feed biomass into you directly. Rest of the biomass feed can be done here. And then that should get that unit ready to process some leaves in a bit. I may not have much coherent to remark on it, but I will gladly take a look at your coastal power plant setup you bought. I don't know if Discord's your kind of thing, but you can potentially I believe you should. I'm going to absolutely probably regret saying this, but you should be. I believe my default configuration is people can't send links. You should be able to send links here. I do also have a Discord. I believe it's !DC. I'm just gonna put that in the chat at the moment. If that's your thing, if you like sharing stuff or communicating via Discord, you can toss stuff that way as well. But yeah, okay, good. I'm not completely mistaken about my configuration. There you go. Let's take a look at this coastal power plant setup. That is a mighty fine cubeware you've got there. That is a meaty cluster of pipes. I like it. Nice. Much respect for that. Okay. So, stuff's been shuffled around. Still making some solid biofuel. And now there is room to cleanly extend the smelter array. I may honestly start doing one power pole per machine at this point. Because the power poles are honestly the messiest part of my setup as is. Yeah, 5x2 with 240 meters cubed per pipe. Excellent. That's all I can... I mean, that's what I have to say to that. That is a good amount of hype you got right there. I am thinking, well, I will need to, and I do want to extend the smelter setup. Right now, I say after having gone to the trouble of making room for that, right now, I also have already made room to extend the smelter setup on this side, and it's actually the power pole, or rather the rod production setup over here that needs a boost. Yeah, that is a fantastic looking shot, Viewbot. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, this machine's done all it can for biomass. Right. What have I got? Oh yeah, let's look at the color. There we go. So I can change the foundation appearance of things, and I can change swatches I use to paint things. Nice. Probably not going to mess around too much with that. For now, let me just apply this to make that to verify that it works. Cool. Recolored. I believe color cartridges are no longer needed to paint things, they're only needed to change the patterns and materials as well, so there's even less use for pedals. Yeah, glad to have that working. Now, let's see what I can process here. I believe I didn't really have any more wood to process. Let's get all these leaves done. Biomass from leaves. A bunch in there, a bunch more. Okay, hopefully that'll keep you fed. Grab the solid biofuel from there for now. Yeah, you can do all sorts with the fresh new customization tools. You can unlock patterns using the I suppose I should explain what exactly the sinks do for a little bit, but basically you can put excess resources into these sinks. They get converted into points, which give you tickets, which you can then use in a very faithfully simulated little shop, like online shop themed shop, to buy things like materials and cosmetics and that kind of thing. And yeah, so you can use the customizer gun to paint things, not just colors, but materials, styles. You can put symbols and like actual symbols and arrow markers and caution lines on things now as well. It's looking pretty good. I have to say, I like the look of it. And yeah, you can set up your customizations, and yeah, and they are unlocked per save. That is the case, I believe. Also, no worries, Nevillian. I hope Monster Hunter goes fantastically. Solid biofuel for you. Solid biofuel for you, and reinitialize. I'm gonna need to go get more wood in a moment. Actually, probably not. I had a lot of leaves processing. I just need to pay attention to that, so I don't end up having the whole thing shut down and then have to come back and manually make all the solid biofuel. Okay. Thinking about things here. Because I could set up smelters along this chain and then have more throughput ready to go here. The thing is, though, I don't really have room for more constructors along this line. I don't know how beneficial that would be. I'd have to funnel more of the iron ingots. Then again, I do have the split all ready to go, so I could just funnel more of the iron ingots upstairs. and that would absolutely be set. That looks like what I'm gonna do, in fact. Okay, so these machines here collectively draw 60 iron ingots a minute. I'm actually going to downgrade this conveyor bus because it will only ever need to handle 60 a minute, and that way it will only draw 60 iron ingots a minute from the splitter, and all the rest can get shunted upstairs. Although, I guess I should note that will not be immediately relevant anyway, because well, I can rejigger this. I can rejigger this and then send 120 upstairs. Potentially. So much to bring. And I'm constrained right now by the fact that I only have conveyors that can handle 120 parts per minute. I am feeling that constraint. And hello, Black Opal Dragon! Or should I say Dr. Opal Dragon? Welcome to the stream, good to have you. I hope you are having I'm guessing it's morning where you are. I hope you're having a pleasant morning. What do I want to do here? Okay, I'll probably funnel iron ore in from either side, and then I can do fancy things with the smelter output. You're about to go to bed. Oh, well, I suppose it is probably still morning for you then. Technically, yes, you're about to go to bed. Fair enough. Good night, Opal. Thank you for coming by. Okay, let's get these smelters set up. Putting down the craft bench, because I only need the room. Smelter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Going to process another 120. I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, just so I don't have to deal with iron ore in my inventory, I'm gonna go ahead and shut that down and wait for the. It would be quicker just to shove iron ore into stuff and take it, but I'll shut that down and let it flow. How's my okay, my capacity exceeds maximum consumption right now. That's good. This is gonna take a while, actually. So... screw it. Pull down the conveyor. Right. So I need a splitter, taking input from that way directly. Right, and then splitters taking input from the right. Let's position them. Snap, snap, and snap. I believe that should have segmented everything nicely as well for me. It's fantastic. I appreciate that new snap element working neatly as well. And each of these smelters goes with 30. So let's get that going. Iron ingots, iron ingots, iron ingots, and iron ingots. And they are powered from this side. So let's get the single power pole going for these machines. And a predictable and consistent position. Yeah, I think the minor extra resource cost of this is definitely worth not having to just second guess myself on power pole placement constantly. So I can just daisy chain down here. Okay, and now conveyor mark 2. Should run all of these nicely, except this splitter is not actually connected. So that element of the snap didn't quite work right. I'm pretty sure the others did though, so it should be good, I hope. Oh, and let's turn the miner back on. Viewbot asks, did you know you can place miners through foundations atop a node to a certain height? I did not. That's actually really neat to know. I'm gonna have to try that. I assume the height is not I assume I'm a little too high for that now. But I guess let's verify that I'm too high for that. Gonna zoom the foundations this way. Let's pop the cap off this. I don't know if the cap's actually relevant. I am going to climb back upstairs. Yeah, way too high. Fair enough. But that means I probably should have laid this out lower, significantly lower, just so I could use the foundation miner placement. Does it let you snap the miners to the foundation? Though I guess that would be the key thing. If it lets you snap the miners to the foundation placement rather than the node placement, that would be pretty huge for me. 3 meters-ish. Okay, thank you for the information. That is quite fantastic. Okay, the cutoff point here is 1, 2, 3, 4 smelters. Wait, I put the cutoff point a little too late, I think. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 smelters processing 120 iron ore a minute into various iron ingots. And then these I'm going to have to pull down. One, two, three, 4. Oh, I'm also gonna have to pull these conveyor belts down because they'll get in the way. Or they won't reconnect. Yeah. Okay. So a 2-meter foundation atop a free node, and then a miner atop. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. It's mainly gonna be for practice though, because I think the setup here is a little past the point where it would work or be irrelevant. But let's see, 2 meter. Well, let's do a little 2x2 here, and yeah. I mean, it lets me put the miner out. Although it does still appear to be snapping, like, I mean, I can't, I guess it's understandable, I can't really move the miner from the node. Yeah. So that's definitely good to know. Also, I need to go and make a portable miner. And I should probably check on biofuel production while I am at it. Okay, leaves still being processed. Leaves are still being processed. Almost done though, that's good. I should check on that in a little bit. Let's get that portable miner going. Oh well, not so much going as constructed, so I could then turn it into a miner Mark 1. Have it facing this way. Connected to a power pole here. That should be producing 120. Iron ore a minute, and I will need to get that fed into these machines here. Splitter fed from... oh, that's the wrong side. Splitter needs to be fed from the left here. Or the south, I guess. The cardinal direction's probably marginally more useful. Okay, let's lift it first. And then I can hook it into here. Get the splitter set up on this side as well, on the far end. No, that's not correct. Also grab some iron ore. Hang on, did I? There we go, it should have been over there. And let's snap the other splitters into place. Love that new snap element. That new snap system is very handy. Okay, that should be all the 120 iron ore a minute from our latest miner going as well. I do really love that Satisfactory allows all kinds of fancy. I absolutely agree there, Viewbot. Okay, so this 120, what I probably want to do here is reverse the supply of iron ingots for these machines and have it supplied by the 120 from these new smelters. I'm going to have to pull down all these conveyors and reverse them, as well as send the remainder upstairs to feed the these machines up there, and then the 120 from the old smelters slash the new miner, I can then also send upstairs for new production. Although that means maybe I should move the elevator a little further out. Okay, let's get the initial bit for now. These machines, 6 machines, including 2 of them upstairs, need 120 iron ingots a minute. So let's reverse all of this. There was I think I saw it in mentioned somewhere. I haven't been able to, at a glance at least, figure out where the option is myself. Some mention of the ability to filter when mass dismantling. I'll have to double check that at some point. Okay, conveyor merger pointing to the left. Lined up with those outputs, yes. Far end conveyor merger pointing to... I think it needs to be the LE to the left and move around, just because these aren't quite aligned. So get that sorted. We're gonna need Mark II conveyors down the bus there, and we can snap the rest of the mergers into place. Okay, 30, and I think activating those smelters did overload our power. I don't think it was a capacity issue. I think some of the burners are just out of fuel. I'll have to take a look later. For now, splitter. Taking input from the right. And on this far end, splitter again, taking input from the right. Conveyor Mark II running all the way through. Conveyor Mark II looping around. Get these splitters hooked up. Okay, 15, and 15 to each of those machines. And let's go look at the burners. Yeah, a couple of them are out of fuel. And I'm pushing the limits of what our burners can handle. You done processing leaves finally? Yes you are. Okay, solid biofuel. Looks like I may have to... I should have looked at this earlier. I may have to make some of the solid biofuel myself. Well, hopefully I can get the system back online, at least briefly, with just an injection into this burner. Okay, that'll do for now. Yeah, I'm going a little heavy on the automation before getting into coal power, but I also don't want to have to craft manual frames manually, like modular frames, manual frame. I've been doing that a little too much. Oh, a little stuck here. Okay. So with all this consumption, we only need 60 60 a second heading upstairs. $60 a minute heading upstairs, so I'm going to output that from here. There we go. That should be these machines sorted. Ooh, no, I want that foundation in place. I'll have to find another point to send these things up. I suppose sprinting, I suppose crouch jumping was an option there, yeah. Yeah, your inventory, that's very much a Factorio thing as well. Your inventory getting randomly clogged up with items as you adjust things. Sometimes, I do like the box system, although sometimes I have a tendency to get boxes of stuff lost in awkward places in midair as I try and fix giant conveyor arrays and the like. That is a thing that tends to happen to me. Okay. It's a fair bit of how am I going to? Can I just? Yeah, okay. That fuel is a. Wait, which way is this all heading? Oh, it's coming out this way. I see. Okay, if I put the belts out here, can I? Yeah, that clips into things a little bit, which I don't like. I'm just going to compulsively rearrange things a bit here. I am going to dismantle this conveyor lift and this conveyor belt there, and I am going to put conveyor lift Mark II here instead. That way I can build things up above without clipping. That is a fair point, Viewbot, as I could having essentially a separate burner for the biofuel production would be handy. I wonder if I could just retask. I might just retask one of the. That produces 20 megawatts. That's more than enough. I'm just gonna retask one of the hub burners as a dedicated biofuel producer. That's a good reminder, actually. Yeah, biomass burners are entirely manual. That's the tricky thing about them. Okay, solid biofuel. Which burner is out? This one. Go. There's also a fair point in that I'm kind of really pushing what I can get away with without coal power. As well. So what I'm probably going to do is not automate rotors just yet. Although I have the iron ingots ready for it, I guess. But let's make some rotors. I mean, I don't really need to do the jump pads milestone. So thinking about it, I wanted to just get it out of the way. But you know what? No, I am going to go ahead and build the freaking space elevator before I go completely nuts automating everything. And I'm pretty sure Venus has not seen the space elevator before, so this should be a fun time. But yeah, that I think what both Ubot and Venus are saying is relevant is you can automate stuff around biomass production, but there is no way to automate feeding stuff into biomass burners. That's kind of by design, so that's a tricky bit about them. And yeah, biomass does have other uses later on once you no longer need it for power, which is handy. Also, hello, putting on to Ritz. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Let's get some foundations going out this way. Am I using... Hang on, I can check by dismantling. Okay, I'm using 4-meter foundations all the way along here. So let's zoop all the way out for the foundations that intersect the cliff. And then I can use 1-meter foundations for the rest. I may have built one too many for now. Yeah, how are you doing putting on Ritz? It is great to see you. I do hope you're doing well. Or as well as can be in current times. Ooh, come on, get those foundations. I'm gonna need more iron plate by the look of it. I'm using up a ton of it in building foundations. But I do need the space. Or I suppose I should rephrase, I do want the space. Strictly speaking, I could probably get away without creating all of it, but I want space. Make sure that I don't obstruct too much of the other construction elements. Oh, some upgrades here and there. Are you referring to a computer system there? Well, that's what springs to mind when I think upgrades initially. Although it's possible you're referring to something entirely different, in which case I apologize for missing that. Right, yes, the solid biofuel. Boop. Let's go plug some into the burner that has run out. Looking a bit better there. And I will go and fetch more wire from the wire and cable production place. Computer systems and other things. Well, that is cool. That is fantastic, in fact. Glad to hear you're doing okay. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Just putzing around in the new Satisfactory update. It's currently in testing. I'm automating way too much stuff before I actually have automated power. As is the way of things. I went and grabbed a single stack of wire instead of grabbing the 1,500 wire I need. Let me go and grab more wire. Actually, I didn't have that much more wire on hand than the amount I actually needed. Space elevators are expensive, funnily enough. Zoom zoom. Okay, iron, but I should still have a fair amount in the container here. Although not as much spare as I did once upon a time. 250. Get a handful of extra stacks just in case. Okay, you are done making as much solid biofuel as you can from our current biomass. That means I need to go find you some more wood. Okay, we'll leave off the biomass there. Time to go build a space elevator. I think I left enough room for it. Let's see. One foundational clearance from other things. Okay. Do. Inputs on this side. Yes, please. Come on. It's precisely positioned. Okay. I would largely tend to agree. Yes, there should be an even bigger space elevator, and yeah, most satisfying building in the game, probably. Okay, I did in fact leave enough room. Let's get this thing online. +1 space elevator. Now, for the awkward bit. I want the console on the other side. So let's do that again. Because I put it the wrong way around. Okay. Right. Puts their console on this side. Yeah, it still works. Okay, let's do the animation again. Up. Well, in case you missed the animation the first time, the space elevator is amazing, especially now that it doesn't have ridiculous clearance issues like it used to. Since buildings can actually have complex clearance now instead of just a giant block, and you can actually build conveyors inside their clearance if needed. And there's the space elevator. This time with the console on the right side. It has 6 input feeds, I believe, 3 on opposite sides, and is used to unlock higher tiers of tech. Now, I am going to need to automate smart plating one way or another, which means I am actually probably going to have to automate rotors, which means I am going to... I'm gonna go gather some more wood. And leaves. And, of course, flower petals. So let's get going. Do I have any solid fuel on? Yes, I have some fuel for the chainsaw, that's good. Look, the flower petals are back. There are so many of them. They're everywhere. Everywhere. Okay, let's do this. Can I get multiple trees in one go? Yes, I can. That was not a lot of wood for that many trees. Northern Forest was really looking amazing this update though. Ooh, another paleberry plant. I half feel the need to beacon where the paleberry plants are at this rate. I do appreciate them adding the annotations for stuff that specifically has flower petals together with it. Was that tree purely flower petals? It says plus 100. I think I only got flower petals from that tree. I am somewhat confused right now. Ooh, pale berries. I'll take the pale berries at least. Okay, the chainsaw has a fairly wide area, but the paleberry plant should be safe. I'm always worried about intersecting. But because I don't think those plants come back, and I need those pale berries. Okay, give me not just flower petals. Good, I've got some wood. I suppose it is experimental, and they did just overhaul the Northern Forest, which is fantastic looking, even if I miss the willows. Okay, unless you specifically target the berries, they won't be cut down by the chainsaw AoE, Evod says. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm probably still going to be very paranoid about it, but I appreciate that. Like, both from a game design perspective and being informed of that, that's really quite helpful. Hi, I did not mean to disturb you. I also did not mean to pull out the power line. Can you please chill? I'm not here to collect alien You know, I can make biomass from your carapace. If it comes to it, buddy. Okay. I'm making biomass from your carapace, but what still need, like, I think I need 4 more bits of carapace before I can actually research the recipe for that, but it's the... Huh, I hadn't made that comparison actually before Venus, but yeah, I suppose it is kind of a space boar. That's probably one of the and maybe I did cut down his favorite tree. Although trees do grow back. At least from my experience, my admittedly limited experience, I'm pretty sure trees do grow back in this game. spider-fed biomass power. They do not grow back, huh? Duly noted. I have to keep an eye on the consumption then, potentially. Although I know the regular butchers do grow back at least. I guess my issue with spider feeding things is that it takes is that the alien organs are one of the most useful recipes for medicine. So that's the thing. Okay, how much? Yeah, I'm running out of inventory space. Back we go then. Pale berries? I think I already grabbed some pale berries off you. Ah, that's the crash site I checked out last time, and my inventory is full. Right. Yeah, there is also no way to manually regrow trees. That is true. Space elevator as a landmark is a fun thing to have. Oh, is this okay? No, that's not a full damage fall. You having some tartar sauce there putting onto Ritz? Or is that in reference to something I missed? Okay, I set this up to process wood. Let's get some wood in there. Rest of these items, let's see, berries, flower petals, leaves, and carapace. And iron ore, I need to shove that into something. Okay, I think I needed 10 pale berries for the research. Maybe not, maybe I just need bacon mushrooms, which are apparently a thing. I will need pale berries for research or something at some point, so I'll keep them around. Maybe I'll drop off the iron ore here for now as well. Ah, okay. Nothing you need to apologize for putting on to Ritz. But I have not actually, I am actually not familiar with SpongeBob. I don't know, I do not know the reference. But perhaps one day I shall. Right, power grid's holding for now, mainly because a bunch of my machines are shut down. This burner is low. I don't have room for all the flower petals, so that's getting fed. Right, rotor automation. Well, I am going to need to throw down an assembler, and funnily enough for that I need rotors, so let's go make one more rotor. And then we'll have to figure out the screws and rods. I notice I'm dropping a few frames here and there. Hopefully you're not having any issues stream side, but do let me know, folks, if there are some. Okay, throw down one assembler here for rotors. I might actually turn it around the other way, so I don't have to run into the input from the other side. So it's gonna need 20 iron rods a minute and 100 screws a minute. See you around, Viewbot. Thanks very much for your viewership. Okay. Let's go turn the power back on. How's this processing going? Steadily. Gonna manually pull some of the biomass out of the machine because the conveyor belt can't drain it at full rate. Let's go feed one of the burners. Whichever one of the burners is out, that's the one at the end. Hello, biomass burner. Have some fuel, it's good for you. At some point, I'm actually gonna have to count how many burners I'm running on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 main burners plus the small one. Okay. With 120 iron ingots, I can make 120 iron rods a minute, although it will take a fuck ton of machines. I may only need 60. However, hang on a moment, how many rods? I need 20 rods and 100 screws. 100 screws a minute can be produced by 3 machines. Or 2 bit effectively of 30 iron. So I don't need to really be fully utilizing the output of this. At least not just to produce the rotors. I'm going to actually get... Well, I'll actually open up the recipe here. Smart plating. What do I need for that? Okay, it's directly done with the rotors and the reinforced iron plate. It draws them at a rate of 2 a minute. Okay, so I really don't need to be fully utilizing this. And I might not fully utilize it immediately because massive power constraints and the like. Right. I'm probably gonna feed things through the same gap ultimately. Just stage by stage in a manner that is a little more awkward than I would like, but I can probably still make look fine. Ooh, no, that clips a bit. So here's what I need. Just need to get that all the way to the top. Let me get over to where I can actually walk up. And I appreciate the lurk. Apologies for the late response there. Appreciate the lurk you bought. That's I have been identified by totally a fellow human as a good egg. I also appreciate. I am gonna need to move this, and there's not enough room. Actually, if I shuffle this the other way... Hello, more iron ingots. Okay, this is going to... look a little silly. Probably fine. Yeah, I can make it not clip if I rotate the conveyor in a particular fashion as well. Okay, hold that thought for me. Got the construction out. There we go. Boop. It's the ironing it's coming in a slightly awkward fashion. Okay. Time to zoop some more foundations. Did I leave this on for a particular reason? No, I don't think I did. Ooh, that's gonna be an issue actually, the way I zoom things. It looks like miners need 2 floors of clearing. Like that miner's too tall. So I can't, not gonna be able to zoom things on top of that node without, obstructing how things look. Okay, so I'll leave that clearance for now, and I'll try and make a mental note to be... Actually, no, I gotta remove this as well. And yeah, I'll make a... Okay, I will pull these foundations back to... Right, so how am I gonna go about doing this then? That blue power slug back there is gonna distract me a bit as well. Because a lot of the existing relay infrastructure is going to get in the way now. And I need to remember to leave room for assemblers back here. I suppose I could go up another floor. That is a possibility. Hello, Ro. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, maybe I will just... I'd rather not have to go to essentially 4 levels right away, though. Especially not, I don't have easy means of vertical transport myself. I don't even have ladders yet. I assume, I'm gonna wave back to Ro there. And Venus, I assume you mean... Oh, there are lights in those trees at night. I wonder what that is. But yes, to your question, Venus, I assume you mean like a maximum map elevation. I assume there is, just mostly based on like programming and implementation detail, general knowledge. But if there is, I have not hit it. That's not something I've run into. So what I could do with this conveyor belt, because it running all the way across here is taking up a lot of space. I could have it run below and then feed it upwards, like essentially run close to the ceiling down below, as was proposed earlier. Just need to be mindful of all the holes. Let me just look at the ceiling here and see if there are... I don't think there are that many obstructions I'd run into necessarily. I just have to figure out... there are still logistics I'd have to figure out around it, though. Might be simpler to just start, not overthink it too much and just start throwing stuff down in the space I have. Okay. Well, I'll make a bit more space here. What clearance of things going here? Okay, I assume it's actually cutting a little bit into the minor clearance. Isn't the worst, like, I only visually clip if I go one step further. So for now, I'll stick to that. That there as well. And yeah, save that. Loop this all the way out, so we've got plenty of room. Okay, that'll do for now. And what I'll probably do is just run a conveyor out here and set up some constructors. Probably starting from here. Or wherever it doesn't interfere with the miner. So about here. Constructors, right. I need reinforced iron plate. At least we've got production of that. A fair bit of production of that, that's good. Having shortages a while ago. I'm also probably going to actually go ahead and power machine for now. And yeah, have it set to smart plating. So what I can do is just have it running with reinforced iron plate and rotors if I make rotors manually. Well, actually, what I can do first, have it make some rotors with what I've got on me, and then I can swap it to reinforced iron plate and rotors. Essentially use that as a manual assembler until I'm more ready to do things. I should also pick up some more iron rods and screws. Do I have any backed up in here? That'll do. here, screws here, and hopefully some iron rods down below. And screws. Okay. Hells. Yeah, I need another burner. Unfortunately. I'm running out of space. I think that this is the last of my allocated biomass burner space. I better get to coal power quickly now. How's my solid fuel production coming? Oh, it's being limited by the biomass extraction rate again. It's a good sign, I suppose, at least I got enough wood. Okay, fill up that machine, and it can produce some rotors. Ideally, the positioning of this machine actually makes it ideal, I think, to produce the... well, if I put a machine producing rotors facing this way, out towards the west, then I can take the output, some of the reinforced iron plates and the rotor output, and route it around into another assembler to actually make the smart plating, and then run that down and across to the space elevator. And we'll see how that goes. For now though, I'll leave that on its own, and I want some okay, I'm gonna put some constructors out here. Just throw down a merger here to make sure I have clearance. And okay, this is where I put it. Okay, cool, and there's enough room for output as well. That actually potentially solves, or it means I don't have to do this. In fact, this is not where I want this to be anymore. Also means I'll have to rejigger this merger. Oh well. Let's get that sorted out. Okay, I want the merger pointing to my right. It's back here. They amount to there. And I actually want a Mark II elevator coming down there. Need to get all the way upstairs again. It's going to be a bit of a trek. I'm still gonna resist like making ramps elsewhere though. I kind of want to have a consistent ladder system. Okay, actual splitter setup now. Taking input from my right and line up with the input to this constructor. Okay. Yep. Mark II. And we can do the conveyor lift hookup for down here, wherever. I think that works out. I think that's on level, hopefully I'm not wrong. Yeah, that looks nice and straight. Some, the first prototype ceiling run conveyor stands above all the power pools and stuff at my factory floor height, so that's good. Some of the burners are running low. Let's go speed this up a bit. Pull out this biomass stack. Conveniently enough, I now need to refuel things. Or repower things. Let's take a look. Another stack of you. Get in the burner. Up. Okay, a couple of those burners really do need more fuel in a bit, so hopefully that biomass processing does not take too much. Maybe I should be doing the biomass processing manually anyway, but still I would like some time to focus on the assembly of things here. Okay, so we've got 120 iron ingots being delivered up here. We need 20 rods. Okay, how many rods do we need total? We need 20 rods directly and another 3 machines worth of rods for the screws. And welcome back, Viewbot. Yes, indeed, there is a pesky automaton. Not a friendly bot. Well, they are free to make themselves comfortable as they want, while I find the ban button. There we go. Now let's get back to it. Okay. So, screws again, I am going to need 100 screws a minute, which will be supplied by, it's 20, I need 20 iron rods directly and then 25 turning into, so 45 iron rods. I'll do that for now. So 3 constructors. Facing that way. Enough spacing not to clip into things, because that bugs me. Even though they can be perfectly functional. And 1 splitter over here. Okay, taking input from the right. Conveyor Mark II down the whole bus. Look up the splitter in the middle here. Come on, and there we go. So, 15, 15, and 15. All of you making iron rods. This may actually kill the power grid when I turn it off, though. Do I have it? Yeah, I have it lined up with the foot here. The outside of the foot, right? I think that's the outside of the foot. Let's daisy chain those together. And I can actually have the power lines run along the outside here. I think. Without clipping into anything. There we go. Yep, that drew a bit too much power. I should probably check on the other. That's okay. So we're making 45 iron rods a minute, and then I'm going to draw 25 of that for making screws. That also means we're only drawing 45 iron ingots a minute, so I'm going to hop downstairs and configure our output systems accordingly. Hello miner, let me just hop down. There we go. It's this miner that's feeding that. I do definitely want to invest in coal, and this is why I'm setting up the manufacturing of smart plating, so that I can get to the coal tiers. Okay, so 45 iron ingots. That's gonna considerably cut down your power draw. And 45 does not divide neatly by 4. So that's 11.25. Is my math correct? Yeah, 11.25 iron ingots a minute processed by the smelters on that end, and that should work out. Yes, I believe I've accidentally used the built-in calculator before as well. I wasn't sure if that's an that's an engine artifact or actually intentional though, but if it's intentional, that's cool. Just 45 divided by 4 there. It is intentional, that is good to know. Well, basic arithmetic, here we go. That should considerably reduce the power draw of this particular section. And those machines up top should be fine. Okay. I'm gonna just double check. I don't think that was... No, that was not enough. I think and some actual biomass burners ran out as well. Oh, you can do it by the quick search screen as well. Well, thank you very much, Viewbot. That's a really handy tip. It's greatly appreciated. Hup. Hup. Okay, how's assembly going along here? Still converting the wood. Okay, I need solid biofuel now. I appreciate the wood conversion, but need solid bio. Convert the rest of the wood later. for now, I'll get it in storage. Okay, how much solid biofuel do I have on? Or rather, I suppose I could look and see. How many burners are down? 2. How many, okay. I'll give each of them 250 flower petals to work through. Go. That'll do that. Okay. Let me just double check that my proportion's correct for these numbers. So 11.25 together producing 5. You should be extracting 5. Excellent. Full beauty cycle so far, because that's the exact amount you need. I can't ledge grab. Yeah, that suggestion for the biomass is actually what I tend to use Ubot for what it's worth. I tend to have 2 separate things and then merging them together. In this case, however, I didn't want to dedicate as much of a setup to that. Although I suppose it I suppose it works it works off one of the small biomass burners, so it's not a huge deal. It's just I kind of before I used to put you know, a layout pretty much as you described, maybe with some extra constructors and so on. But in this case I wanted to not rely on that for too long and get to coal quickly, although I may have played myself in that regard because I did not, in fact, get to coal quickly, and here we are. So that's a thing. Okay, well, these are indeed producing the needed iron rods. And now I need 3 constructors worth of screw production, and I need to work around this miner here, so I'll probably start the constructors over here, facing this way. Right, let's get these mergers going. Pointing towards me. There we go. It's 15, 45 total. Didn't need more than Mark 1 conveyors. And let's make sure the merger snaps correctly. I'm just thinking about the biomass setup again. I could do a proper setup, although I was quite a little pleased with myself when I realized I could just loop, like, 2-stage loop feed without having to build extra constructors, and just throw the biomass in. Anyway, I should actually go take a look at it at some point before the power grid goes down again, hopefully. Now though, okay, 1 splitter, 3 machines, 2 and 3. Splitter here as well. Taking it there. Okay, each of these machines making screws. We only need 33 screws a minute from each. So, oh well, 100 divided by 3, 30. We need 100 screws from them total. 33, 33. They here. Is that a... That's a splitter, right? I'm just looking at it from the wrong side. Yeah, because they actually paint their sides. There's a detail I didn't properly notice / acknowledge until just now, so I'm very observant. Okay, let's get these all hooked up. Where exactly do I want the power lines for these? Put outside step, I guess. Hub, and can I? Yeah, I can hook that across. So that should leave 20 rods a minute. Eight. Hang on, how many do these actually take? $8.3 a minute. 24, 20, yeah, 25 iron rods a minute, and leave 20, which should be enough to power one rotor assembler, which incidentally, okay, that's done for now. Let's rotate the assembler this way. Get that hooked up. And to honestly answer your question, Viewbot, I keep forgetting those buttons exist. Thank you for the reminder. the buttons to copy paste settings. Handy, if I remember they exist. Okay, right at the edge there, and hook it up there. Except, wait, no, this is the right way. You're making rotors. Means iron rods hooked up from here. Line that with the edge of the frame. Should be enough room to turn here. Or not. That's fine. Overlapping the... Honestly, I kind of like overlapping the hole there, making use of the space. It's the iron rods, and probably the screws as well. Mergers pointing to the right. This merger should actually be pointing directly towards me. Producing 100 screws a minute, so we do need a Mark II. Yeah, you could. I could absolutely construct a foundation over the lift holes. I think that's specifically new to this update. I believe previously it would cause clearance issues. Now you can absolutely do that if you're willing to take the cosmetic hit, which I unfortunately am not. Okay, so 1, 2 should give enough room to turn. And that should be rotor production all hooked up. 4 rotors a minute. Once I have power back up. Oh yeah, the fancy new lift holes in Update 5. And there are various things that existed in previous Update 5, plus a bunch of new things added in Update 5 for those extra attachments, that kind of thing that I'm definitely looking forward to. Rotors indeed, Venus. Okay, how's the production going? Steady. Yeah, steady. Going to yank all the... Okay, I'm going to defuel everything just so I can distribute it evenly. So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... I've got 8 big burners to fuel. And I'm gonna end once for one, and I'll figure out the process of fueling them evenly. Just about. Yep. And yep. Okay. Hup. I think this is slightly faster than walking. Right. Fueling. First I'm going to pull the fuel out, or rather, you are getting a full stack of those. And the rest of you are going into storage. Okay, so I've got 4 stacks essentially. Well, you are getting the small stack because the small burners do burn more slowly, and I'm just going to split and feed these 100 each. 100, 100, 100 here, here, last 2. Go! It's the whole grid back online. Let's use the burner ladder to attempt to shortcut back up and fail dramatically. Can I actually get out of this? Am I stuck? Let me out. Let me... Maybe I should leave this tunnel. Or maybe this one makes a better tunnel. Eventually I'll have ramp parts that'll look pretty nice there. And then eventually I'll just have freaking stairs that I can use instead. Okay, note to self, do not attempt that shortcut in the future. That was not a good idea. Right, okay, rotor production is automated, which means there is only one last step, kind of. Can I, now I know I don't want to clip into the hub, but let's see how far I can get away with foundations here. Okay, that's probably going to collide with the freighter on takeoff, so this is the furthest I can get. This isn't going to collide with the space elevator, so I've got a bit of room here. And yeah, I'll feed the output out there, so one more assembler pointing this way. There's room. Or I'll even point it this way, I guess. This is not gonna be a terribly future-proof design. That said, so I'm already second-guessing myself. 1, 2. Leave a foundation with the clearance, actually. Lower it down for now. I don't even have core power yet, so I won't second guess myself too much about the design. Okay, smart plating. Actually, hang on. I probably need 2 of those assemblers. So I will think about future-proofing a little bit. Thanks very much for your viewership, Viewbot. I wish you the best in all of your own shenanigans. Take care. GLHF, hope you have a fantastic time. And also the awesome sink is really tall and may be getting in my way. I'm gonna pull it apart for now. I'll figure out another spot for it. Maybe one that's on a top floor. I might want to do that for the MAM and the base elevator as well in the future. Okay, that definitely clips. Okay, can I fit 2 assemblers in this space? One assembler. Hang on. I want them as close to this edge as possible so they don't interfere with the other outputs too much. I'm gonna try and make sure that's 1 splitter worth of space. Yeah, so about there will do. Okay. Our line kind of has to run over them. I'm sure it'll be fine. Already messing with this much more than I... You know what? No, I don't want them intersect. That's kind of my main power line delivery thing. So I don't want them intersecting that. So make sure it has room. Assembler, please. Okay. About half a foundation worth of space should be good. That'll do. Smart plating. Okay, it can take... with 2 assemblers, I can make 4 smart plating a minute with the full output of the 1 rotor assembler. And yeah, take care, putting on the Ritz. Thanks for dropping by. I really appreciate it. This machine isn't quite sped up to 100% yet. I assume I'm gonna... It's because the iron rods are being manifold fed, so the extra iron rods aren't gonna finish coming through until these machines have all been filled up. That's fine, it doesn't have to be 100% efficient off the bat. Oh, the reinforced iron plate. Okay, so I'm gonna put a splitter here and draw off. I mean, it's gonna initially be half until the output's back up. I'm gonna pull off some of the reinforced iron plate. Hopefully that's a good spot for the splitter. Okay, it's loaded the splitter's internal inventory. And I may as well use a conveyor lift feed for the reinforced iron plates. Take input from the right. Not gonna worry too much about the straightness of that one conveyor belt for now. Shoot. Okay. Soft clip a little bit into the machines. They don't hard clip. Oh wait, so they don't soft clip into other things. You know what? Okay. Soft clipping them a little harder into the machines. Okay, at this point, and a little to the right. I don't think the assembler's gonna, like, the assembler operation is gonna intersect that power line. Hopefully not. Okay, so iron plate's loading. We draw 4 a minute, we produce 10 a minute. Should be fine. Actually, we produce 20 a minute. That should especially be fine. And then I just need to run the rotors through over here. Thank you for just... I really appreciate the visual guides being present for all this. Present and helpful. Okay, that should be the rotors fed in. Except, hang on, not quite yet. Right, I forgot I almost forgot somehow that I need splitters. So one step out. One step out enough? I think one step out is actually enough for clearance purposes. So 2 rotors a minute to you. Yep, the conveyor belts are clear. you. And I am now producing 4 smart plating a minute. Fanciness. Get that into the space elevator. Where do I have a... I think that power pole was for feeding the awesome sink I had there, which I decided was too tall for now. Smart plating out there. Conveyor belt. Oh, I need some iron plate. Be able to grab some from the storage vaguely in this direction. And that should be enough to let me get the space elevator hooked up, hopefully. Okay, conveyor lift Mark 1. Hang on, can I? I can't easily snap check. How many... Okay, how many of these is a full? 1, 2. Okay, so it should be... The base height is 1 foundation, 4 meters. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be the base height, then 4 more ticks into the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully that's correct. I may have needed a 5, 6. Let's head upstairs and see how it looks. It should be feeding without clipping at any rate. So there is that. Rate of production should steadily be starting to spin up. Yeah, I think I needed 2 more ticks to make it even, but it's fine as is. And, well, slowly assembling stuff for the space elevator. Space elevator thing. My words are working great. That might be a slight sign that it's getting a little late for me. Perhaps I should consider. It should take that into account. I am going to yoink some of the rotors here, although that may slow the process down if the rotor assembler is not working at 100%. Let me just double check my iron rod maths, because it's possible I'm getting some stuff wrong there. Okay. We're producing 15 iron rods a minute on each of these machines. You're operating at 100% capacity. Yes, you are. So we're producing 45 iron rods a minute. Each of these is eating a... so that's 25 divided by 3 iron rods a minute to produce screws. They're all at 100%. I think it's just waiting for this manifold to fill up so that the actual output of iron rods on this end can be consistent, because until these manifolds fill up, more iron rods are going to go into the machines than they strictly need. In fact, I may just manually fill that manifold quickly. Go. those machines are definitely working at full capacity. That should slightly, now that these machines build up, the rate of iron rods coming into here should exactly match how much it needs per minute. And productivity should tick up to 100%, which should let the other machines' productivity tick up to 100%. I should also go make some iron rods some rotors manually. Enough to fill in the jump pad milestone. Just so I can get all the tier 1 and 2 milestones completely done. There we go. Jump pads.
Milestone reached. Several buildings aimed at factory traversal can now be accessed in the build menu. Caution is recommended during use of these products.
Off goes the freighter. We'll be looking to wrap up soon-ish, although not quite yet. Production of solid biofuel is going well. I'm going to manually turn a bunch of these leaves into biomass, since I can do it considerably faster and without the conveyor belt throughput constraints of a constructor. Actually, I don't know that I make it that much considerably faster, but yeah. That small VTOL can definitely reach orbit Venus. I mean, this is from the mastermind behind the large rover, the interplanetary large rover dual hydrazine thruster mission in Astroneer. So, you know, Venus knows what she's talking about. Absolutely, it can make orbit, no question. While I'm at this, I should probably make like a stack of modular frames. I know I've been not wanting to make them manually, but I may need to make them manually. Some assembly may be required. Okay. More biomass for you, go! All the leaves I had on hand processed. Yeah, because the leaf biomass recipe makes 300 a minute, none of the conveyor belts I have can literally none of them can actually pull it out of a constructor fast enough to not bottleneck. So manually turning leaves into biomass is the way to go, I think. Looks like fuel will be okay for a while. Might be time to explore a bit. I'm going to assemble 20 modular frames. We'll go have a look-see at the crash site I marked. I might also look around. I might actually go pick a fight and look for some alien organs as well. I'm sure that won't be a terrible idea. Oh, that's that. Oh, right, that's the freighter making re-entry. That sound may have scared me slightly. Welcome back, little VTOL. Okay. Let's go to the marked crash site. I'm going to resist the urge to gather leaves on the way for the moment. I don't have unlimited inventory space. Hopefully some pale berries have grown into... Oh, friend! Hello, friend. How you doing? Ooh, poison enemies up above. That's friend making noises. And here is the crash site. Okay, strop pod needs... Oh, it only needed a single modular frame. Okay. Up. First hard drive.
Data on the hard drive has been salvaged and can be repurposed to unlock an alternate recipe. Salvaging more hard drives will provide additional alternate recipes.
Okay, marking that as cleared. I don't have access to the... I haven't unlocked the map interface yet, so I can't really hide it or anything. What's this? Ooh, sulfur! Not a proper
Data
deposit,
shows
but
this
I
as
can
a mix of sulfide
collect
and
it.
sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the MAM.
Alright. More pale berries to collect. I think I can grab some hopefully I can grab some nuts on the way back as well. Use that to top up my health. There we go, some barrel nuts. Health, please. There we go. The space elevator is steadily being filled. I'm gonna save the hard drive for now. So there are some very important alternate recipes that I don't think I have the ability to unlock yet. So save the MAM for when I actually can unlock those. Don't have the Caterium ore for that. Definitely need more of various resources for this. Power slugs. I could probably go get the quartz needed for this soon enough. Okay, sulfur. Or at least get the ability to scan for it. Let's see how close we are to sulfur deposits. Not very apparent. Okay, 500 meters south. Apparently. I do know there are quartz deposits out this way. Not super far from here. So that will probably be handy to visit. Although I may want some vertical traversal tools before I head down that way. Otherwise I'm gonna have a whale of a time trying to get back up. Okay. We've still got plenty of biomass to process here. Biofuel there. Alright, I'm going to... Okay, I'll top up the fuel on everything before I can put away these modular frames and pale berries. And the rest of this sulfur. And let's put iron ingots in this storage container for now. Let's make a quick check on the assemblers up here to make sure they're running at full capacity. 85, 86%. Oh, that's actually... bottlenecking on screws? That's unusual. $100 screws a minute. Okay, you're operating at 100%. You're operating at 100%, and your output is not hooked up. So that would be a reason. Why? Hang on, why is this output not taking? Okay, it's conveyor artifacts again. Let's manually hook this up. Evidently the snap didn't work. Right, and that should make sure rotor production gets to 100%, and that should speed up the smart plating assembly as well. It's been going nice and steady for the most part so far because of the backed up rotors from earlier. Right, solid biofuel. Grab as much as I can. Good, that should be enough to fill up all of the burners. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. A little bit left over for the chainsaw. Excellent. Now to go find things to fight. There was a cave out by the copper extraction point, which I got driven out of a bit ago. So I better go say hi again. I think it might be around this way if I can get there. Nope, 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 it's not this way. Is it up here? Or was it down below? Ooh, pale berries. Fantastic. Pale berries. I made that tool a little more useful. It's handy. Oh, hello. What's this? Another copper? Oh. That's a pure copper deposit. There's more copper here than I realized. Interesting. Okay. Factor in. I suppose I did realize it, but wasn't specifically accounting for it before. I think the cave was around here. Hopefully I can get some more mycelia here to work with. The spiders are going to be unhappy with me any moment now. They did do a really good job on the cave touch-ups though. This looks amazing.
Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts.
That stuff is, interesting. That's actually new dialogue, I think, from those things.
Comply.
No mycelia, though. Or spiders.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
Okay, that last one was the existing dialogue. This looks like quartz. Oh, hey, it is quartz. Chisel. Correctly identified as a chisel now. Maybe I need breaching stuff. I'm honestly surprised I'm not covered in spiders right now. It was part of the reason I came here, was to recover some, was to collect some stuff from the spiders, but this'll do. Right, there's the copper deposit here. Okay, not bad, not bad. Pale berries! And I can hop onto the miner to get down. Woo! Okay, it looks like something's holding up smart plating assembly because I haven't seen it progress in a bit. So let's take a look at that. Probably want to get the... I'd like to get the first space elevator phase done before I wrap up for the night. Put some more of the stuff in storage. Boop, boop, boop. Oh no, a bit of smart plating just got loaded. I mean, it's supposed to be going at 4 a minute, so we're seeing one roughly every 15 seconds. I guess the rates maybe not perfectly even right now. Take a look. May as well get you know what? I'll plug in the hard drive now. Let's go. Take 10 minutes to scan. Progress underway. Now it's rotor assembly. Okay, this is going at 100%. That's great. And going at 87%. Bottlenecked a little on rotors. Going to be my guess. Display only updates once each cycle. Oh, hang on. It's output. Oh, I missed a thing. Output's not hooked up from one of the assemblers. That is a thing that happened. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm surprised this one still says 87%, but then it is the later one in the manifold, so it's possible that rotors haven't been consistently making it in. And the display has a long cycle over which to update. So that is something else to factor in. Wait a moment. Cool, efficiency is climbing on both of these machines. That's fantastic. Also, smart plating is go. Get to Space elevator console. One last fancy moment for the night. Let's do this. Load. Seal. Interface elements are so fast, so satisfying, appropriate for the game. There we go. Gonna come back down in a little bit. We're already loading some of the smart plating for the next phase. It's good stuff. And perhaps most importantly of all, milestone tiers 3 and 4 are online, including the very important, well, Logistics Mark 3 and Full Power. Full Power. Also, it also includes basic pipelining, but Full Power. Okay, gonna grab some more reinforced iron plate and some rotors for this one. Actually, I probably need to manually assemble the rotors because I don't think we exactly have many spare. Wonder what I'm short on as far as rotors go. Also check what's needed for color cartridges. I don't think they just need flower petals. But what do you know? They just need flower petals. Okay then. Right, recipe. Process some leaves into biomass, please. Go ahead and feed the leaves in. Go get that reinforced iron plate, as well as hopefully some spare screws. Okay, it's working steadily. There's the container. Reinforced iron plate. 1, 2. And I'm gonna need 300 cable to be able to grab a chunk of that copper output. So drop one off the wall so I can drop down safely. Okay, wire is down here. Stack of wire, cable is here. Grab a couple extra stacks of cable. And I believe that should be enough for full power, and then we'll see just how far away I've managed to set up from the useful core. Raider, you're up. Oh wait, rotors. I still need to assemble rotors. the most intense gameplay going on here. Probably a good time to make sure you're all hydrated up. Oh, it actually is screws. Don't have enough of. Okay, well, let me use the to-do list a little bit here. Let's put those rotors in. I'm going to need 16 more rotors. Come on. 10, 16. Means I'm going to need 400 screws. Meaning I'm going to need a lot of iron rods. Or I could end up just collecting a bunch of screws directly, I suppose. But I was thinking actually I may as well pull some of these iron ingots here and use them. Okay, iron rods, let's go. Assemble them a little faster than the machines do. I guess the crafting recipes in the codex specifically refer to the machine time to put things together, and not the player craft time. Okay, need more screws. Quarter of the way there with the screws. Of course, I'm then going to have to make a bunch more iron rods. I think. Actually, that iron rod requirement may be specifically for the screws, which helps out a little bit, I suppose. Man, rotors need a lot of screws. Who would have thought? Okay, now the rotors. And I think the MAM's done scanning the hard drive. Halfway done. There we go. Let's check the MAM briefly. Bolted iron plate, iron alloy. Bolted 50 screws. I think that goes faster. I don't think it's necessarily more useful though. I'll pick up the blueprint, but I doubt I will use it extensively. Okay, core power. Let's go.
Milestone reached. Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Right. Well, it's time to see how disastrous my positioning is for coal. I have a tendency to position very poorly for coal. Somehow. Okay, 300 meters that way, 500 meters that way. Well, hopefully it's near water. Right. One last project for tonight then, before I wrap up. And that is run to the core. Maybe pick up one or two useful things along the way. And mainly, run to the coal. Grab some leaves. Okay, the distance isn't immediately too intimidating, but I'm just waiting for things to get worse. Oh, there's a bit of a drop. I mean, I could manage this. Is there a natural way down and up again that doesn't require me to build it? Oh, there he is. Sounds like company. Not happy about this. Limestone? That's limestone. I'm just gonna leave. Hopefully they will allow me to leave. Ooh, hello, giant flying manta ray. Those things are gorgeous. Okay, bit of a slope down here. Yeah, this seems like the natural way up and down. Might be a bit more than a vehicle could handle, depending, but I can climb. Up and down at least. More sulfur. May as well snag it for the road. Right. Let's home in on that coal again. Deuterium ore and enemy noises. Something in that rock. I'll need sulfur research to get through that. You're gonna keep complaining. You're gonna keep complaining. I think the coal may be what they're guarding, actually. I sure hope this may not be as close to water as I would like. Get more deuterium ore. Might be able to get a little bit of research done with it. I actually don't know if it's anywhere near enough. Get close to research thresholds. Hopefully the coal's not off another cliff. Okay, it's a bit of a slope, but it's not a cliff. And it's a fire-breathing soul. Aye. He's still alive. Okay. That was a bit of a pain. I am not very good at dealing with those. Right. Is it just a single coal node that I'm looking at here? It is a pure coal node at least. 381. Well, if there are more coal nodes here, I am missing them. But, I mean, it's coal, I'll take what I can get. Oh look, quartz. The issue then is access to water. This coal node is not going to be a great power plant site. Not on its own, because I'll need to ship the coal over somewhere with water extraction, and that's a really big fire-breathing enemy. I might have to just set up an offshore setup with the coal transported down. I suppose it's loosely within belt range. Still a bit awkward though. Ooh, pale berries. Right, let's see if I can find the way back home, so I can actually wrap things up and not have to come and get my stuff next time. I believe this was the way back up. There may have been more way back up necessary. Yeah, so right now you have a pure coal node, but it's a poor candidate for a power plant position. It's unfortunate. Oh well. Work with what we've got. I have so many flower petals on me. A distressing quantity of flower. Okay, back to the hub. Processing leaves. Well, guess what? You got more leaves. Dum. Wood in there as well. And material ore. Okay. Now. I believe I have enough alien organs. Oop, where am I? Then should jump over the man and get stuck behind it. Okay. That's enough alien organs to do this scan. Should get me the biomass recipe for them. And more importantly, unlock native aggression. There we go. I mean, that's the basic medicinal inhaler. That's more inventory space. I think this gives me the ability to scan for enemies. I am gonna have to find ways to get a bit more mycelia though. Deuterium. I need 50 deuterium ingots. I don't think I have quite enough. Gonna need a bacon mushroom. Progress a bunch of those. Different power slug. 20 quartz to get the recipe to make quartz crystals. It's relatively important, so we'll go ahead and get that research done. digital oscillator is pretty useful as well. I don't think I have enough coal for the sulfur research thing. I think it was 15 I needed, not quite enough. All the leaves loaded, and still processing. Okay. So that's the MAM stuff done. Let me remember to set a new milestone. That needs steel. Needs steel. This actually does not need steel, and is quite handy for just the UI features it unlocks too. However, no, I don't need tractors right at the moment. Maybe if I'm looking at transporting the coal. Logistics Mark 3 steel. Okay, I'm just gonna set this milestone up because that's a nice convenient one and offers a lot of exploration quality of life. I'll take a look at these machines as well. Operating at 100%, operating at 99%, I'll take it. And yes, well, that is where I am going to wrap things up for this unscheduled stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming by. I appreciate you folks hopefully also enjoying Satisfactory. Date 5 on the experimental branch. It should actually be hitting the regular early access branch. I think the speculative date was the 23rd, or tentative date. So, well, looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting further along and getting access to more shenanigans in this save as well. Okay, let's get this, ready to wrap up. What things do I need to ramble through here? I'll be streaming more of this tomorrow, or well, today, kind of, the Saturday the 20th at 0200 UTC. It's my regular stream time. It's gonna be more Satisfactory. I am having a good time here. I like this game. It's a fun game. That may be a little bit of an understatement. Wow. Yes, I am tired. Words are working great now. What did I want to say? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if there was anyone I could send a few folks along to raid-wise. While I'm looking at that, I should ramble through my standard plugs. Yes, you can see my stream schedule down below or on my about page. You can follow me right here on Twitch. You can follow me at Dubious Physics on Twitter if that is your thing. It's all just standard notifications, announcements. You can poke me via things as well. I've also got a Discord server. Put a link to that in the chat there. You know, any of these buttons, if you want to hit them, feel free. They can be useful. And yeah, I think that about covers it. Gonna wrap things up here. Once again, thanks very much for watching, folks. It's been great having you. Thank you for the conversation, the advice, the follows, all that good stuff, and do remember to take care of yourselves. You are absolutely worth it, and I hope to see you folks in the future. This is Dubious Physics, signing off.